All right, good afternoon, members. Sorry for the short delay there. I will call Committee of Supply Section C to order. We're meeting today to consider the budget estimates of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport. And I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Vote number 44, resolved that a sum not exceeding $180,989,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport Ministry operations to the 31st of March, 2025.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, do you have opening remarks?
I just have a couple things to say. So I'm really happy to be here today. I'm one of the folks on our team that loves the estimates process. And I was so excited that I almost did a cartwheel, a somersault, and a backflip to get up these stairs. Kim Horn.
Please demonstrate. Yeah.
So I have a great team supporting me in this room. I have my deputy, Neelaine Mayhew. I have 4 assistant deputies, Claire Avison, Nick Grant, Kim LaCharity, and Kim Horn. I also have an incredible team that is camped out in my office, 3 floors down, hopefully using my air popper, popping some popcorn, and watching this proceed. This past year as the Minister of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport has been one that I've enjoyed so much. There's challenges definitely, but there's just so many opportunities that continue to come along. I love the industry, I love the stakeholder groups, and I'm ready to get going. So let the show begin.
Thank you, Minister. And over to Member for Kelowna West, if you have opening remarks.
Well, thanks very much, Chair, and through to the Minister. I just, you know that the file that is Tourism, Culture and Arts and Sport is represented by 3 different members on our team. They will come in throughout the afternoon to make certain that we touch on those arts and culture first and then sport thereafter. It's my understanding that we're allocated, prior to the delay in starting, 4.5 hours, I believe, and then the other second and third parties would be coming in if they haven't arranged anything with us, put it that way. So our plan is to go that far. Minister, thank you for your comments and the backflips and all those things. I'm thinking, I know you're enthusiastic and I really appreciate that. And I know that, you know, there's been a lot of, you know, attempts at helping in resiliency, and I know that some of the sectors within the tourism sector have their own opinions on that. But one of the things I want to take you back to is that you hosted a meeting in Kelowna on August 28th last year to do with the wildfire situation, the state of emergency that was declared, I think it was the 17th or maybe the 19th, about just the hotel industry. And I guess some of the recommendations and some of the comments you made, and I just wondered if you could tell me exactly what steps that you, or actions you took after that meeting to help in terms of helping in terms of the recovery, resiliency, and things that came up at that meeting.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you so much for the question, and I know the member's passionate about the area he represents, and it was a difficult time last year for sure. The fire season and the travel ban, it did hit businesses hard, and we understood that after visiting the area and participating in the roundtables. There was about 70 stakeholders that were able to give input over that day in 2 different locations in the Okanagan. One of the things that we heard loud and clear is that the stakeholders really wanted people to return as visitors. And so we took that cue right away and were able to launch a marketing campaign to encourage people to travel back to the Okanagan area and to support those businesses and people in that area. We also heard that the restaurant industry was one of the areas that had suffered, and so we supported the expansion of the popular Dine Out series in some of the hardest hit communities, which we heard feedback that really helped. We are seeing some positive signs of recovery. For instance, the hotel occupancy in the Okanagan has rebounded really quickly. Big White saw record-breaking attendance during Family Day and President's Day week this year, and the latest data shows that international visitor travel continues to grow, up by 50% in 2023. So we believe as we look forward to this next coming year that we will continue to support the tourism activity, drawing tourists into those areas. We know as we keep in touch with the tourism associations up in that area that that's really one of the best ways to entice people is to remind people through marketing campaigns that it's a great place to visit. There's a lot of fun to be had, and we know it also helps when we remind people, travelers within our province, that those communities really appreciate the support. The marketing campaign that was launched after the fires had settled down was one that reached into Washington State and Alberta, and it is really nice to see those U.S. travelers coming up and spending their dollars in British Columbia. So we feel that was a success, and speaking to the partners in those areas, I believe they think that was a success as well.
Member for Kelowna West.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Minister. I did notice the advertising campaign. The part you mentioned about restaurants, I just would like to clarify that maybe a little bit later on. One of the feedbacks, there's actually a couple that I think were consistent in those meetings, and I realize that they're not directly part of your ministry. However, they directly impact in terms of the way that regions, and that's not just the Okanagan. We heard a lot about the emergency social service issues both in the Shuswap as well as the Okanagan in terms of, I would say, significant breakdown in terms of their ability to deliver on that. That subsequently led to, the emptying or decanting of hotels and some other things. But I think more importantly, what I'm interested in is you mentioned that the feedback on ESS was helpful. That's what your comments. I've got a few other notes from the other people here. So that's one. I would like to just find out if your colleague in emergency management and climate readiness and yourself, I know that there's been some work being done on that, but from what I observed and what I have seen in the Shuswap, we cannot go through another wildfire season and have those type of, the lack of coordination on the ground. Nobody knew what was going on. And then of course the state of emergency, which capped it off in the sense that everybody was kind of sent home and people were scrambling. So is there anything that has been done to improve that you've been able to participate in?
And just before we get going, Minister, I just want to remind the member to address the chair in your remarks. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the question. When you look back at what happened last year, I think we can all admit that that was a really difficult situation. Those fires were raging, and it's something that we are, I believe, much more well-positioned this year. We've taken that as lessons learned, for sure. And we saw that the Premier launched an expert task force to reflect on the events and then apply lessons learned for our up-and-coming season. That's going to be really important. Throughout what was happening last year, we worked really closely with stakeholders such as Walt at Taya BC, Ingrid at the BC Hotel Association, and Ellen at the Thompson Okanagan Tourism Association as we tried to navigate through that difficult patch. But they're also incredibly important partners as we go into this next hopefully large tourism season. Really want to thank them for stepping up through those difficult times. We're in communication more than daily as we try to navigate. Our ministry will continue to take a lead role in BC's tourism emergency management framework, and this will help ensure that Destination BC can be flexible and responsive for future events. That's how I believe that they were quite responsive last fall as we shifted some marketing dollars into the campaign to draw people back to the Okanagan. So we're going to continue to work with our tourism partners to make sure that we're in a better place if we need to respond in the same way next year, or this coming year, sorry.
Member.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to be, I guess, clear, you mentioned that better prepared lessons learned. Could you be specific as to what changes? I realize that the ministry has had input from Tourism Industry Association of BC, the Hotel Association, and Thompson Okanagan Tourism Association. But I think broadly, we're thinking about the province. What is changing to make this outcome better?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So as the member knows, there was a task force that was launched. The results of that task force have not been released yet, but the member is very welcome to canvass the minister that houses that task force. I believe there will be recommendations that come out of that task force, but that's work that's being done in a different ministry. On our part, though, we continue to work with our tourism partners, and we continue to put forward the tourism lens to emergency management and climate readiness.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I guess what I'm really kind of getting at is that I've got, there was an interview done on August 31st with the board chair of Tourism Industry Association of BC, stating the 2.5-week road closure to wildfires cost the tourism industry in the town of Tofino and Ucluelet a whopping $44 million. I'm wondering if the minister can explain why there's only been a 3% increase in the funding to the tourism sector strategy branch of the ministry, considering this wildfire devastation, and what needs to be done to help in terms of communication, both not just marketing, but the communication within these areas where I mentioned the Shuswap, the Okanagan, Vancouver Island is the one that I'm referring to in this particular quote.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the question. So the campaign that I mentioned previously was a campaign that was stood up because of the challenges in the Okanagan and on the West Coast. So the marketing dollars were directed for tourism businesses in the Okanagan and over in Tofino. And so we feel that we are making direct investments and continuing to be nimble as challenges arise. And we do this by working with the tourism industry and making sure that the messages that they're bringing forth to our ministry around what's needed, we are able to respond to. But we believe that the tourism industry is strong overall in the province, and we're going to continue to help that build back to 2019 levels. We're getting there in a lot of cases. So we're almost back to pre-pandemic levels at our airports. Events and festivals have returned. We understand that fairs, festivals, and events are critically important to drive traffic into areas of the province, especially around rural areas. And so we were able to invest $15 million this year into Fairs, Festival, and Events, which is the third time we've done this program. We're hearing great results already. It's just being, the applications are just being processed right now. But this means that people will identify events or festivals or fairs around the province that they're going to visit this summer. They're going to book up hotels. And then we're going to see that the multiplier effect from those visits really help bring economic activity into those communities. And so I'd say it's a holistic approach when we look at movement of tourists around the province. But back to the member's question, we were able to shift gears and start marketing to the areas that had those difficulties last summer.
Member for Kelowna West.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, well, I'm glad that you brought up the festivals, and I know in this particular meeting that you hosted on the 28th, there was a couple of events that were mentioned. One was called Denim on the Diamond. Loss was over $1 million. They said that for prepaid expenses. Roots and Blues was all paid and Salmon Arm canceled. And I guess really, I'm wondering, what are those, like, what's the future for events in British Columbia, knowing that we're going to likely have wildfires again? And I guess the question is what can event organizers, I guess, what type of support or help can they have rather than just marketing the area? Is there anything directly that would be helpful to events like those two events that I mentioned to help them either recover and being able to come back this year?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the question. I know that we did hear from those event organizers around the cancellations of those events. They did get funding through Fairs, Festival, Events, and to the member's question, that funding was not taken back, And we continue to work with those event organizers to see how they can proceed. Over the last 3 years, we've invested $75 million into fairs, festival, and events around the province. And we did see a handful of events get canceled due to climate change incidents last summer, but we do know that there's been thousands and thousands of folks that have attended these events around the province, and we feel really strongly that program on its third intake this year is really, really valuable. The conversations around what events are to do if they do face some kind of climate disruption, those are live conversations that are happening now. We're having some conversations with event organizers that are looking at scheduling their events, pushing them into the shoulder season, so maybe less risky for wildfire interruptions. But those are interesting conversations to have regardless, because we do see a lot of domestic attendance at those times of, or at those events, and shifting them into a shoulder season really helps to have more activity in a part of a season that could be considered lower attendance by general overall tourism activity. So yeah, but it's really important to continue to have those events. We did hear a lot from folks that were very disappointed that those events got canceled, and some folks had even traveled into those areas and had to return back. So yeah, we're interested in working with them. We have a lot of creative, amazing folks around the province that are putting on really great activities. Some of them are ticketed, some of them are free, but we know that people really depend on them for quality of life, so we're doing everything we can to support that activity.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thank you, Minister, and I appreciate your suggestion that maybe encouraging some of these events to move to the shoulder seasons may be part of the solution. But I think one of the things that we heard at your roundtable in Kelowna was, well, we heard a few things, but one that you mentioned was that you thought the task force idea was a good idea. And I see also that there's quite a bit of commentary, not just on that particular day, but in other events. The Penticton Chamber and Wine Country wrote an open letter that was concerned about no consultation. I don't know how much consultation you can have when you have an emergency. However, the question really is, and I think you'd know this from your days in agriculture, is that there's no easy way to say you can talk to everybody in one easy manner. However, have you made any progress in either the idea of a task force or a round table of a standing kind of group that meets with the ministry and a way of communicating in areas like Penticton, the Shuswap, Kelowna, Tofino? You know, how are you going to be able to kind of help keep them in the loop, if you want to call it that? Thank you, Chair. I started with you.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So thanks for the question, and I hear what the member's saying. I think that we can probably all say that communications can be improved, and that's something that we are working on as a ministry. And, you know, obviously, emergency management and climate readiness has been undertaken a lot of work to see where we can be in a better place as these incidents continue to happen to us. But we do have tourism emergency management partnerships. Tourism Emergency Management Committee was established in 2019 and now guides the work outlined in the Tourism Emergency Management Framework. The committee is co-chaired by the Tourism Industry Association of BC, so TIA BC is a co-chair, and the staff from our ministry. And the membership of that includes Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Resilience, Destination BC, the BC Regional Tourism Secretariat, which is representing the regional destination management organizations, the BC Destination Marketing Organization Association, and the Indigenous Tourism BC Association. So we are always in contact with our tourism partners, and communication is top of mind. This is for many things, including emergency response, but I think we have a really good, solid partnership there. And as we move towards this next season, I think that we're all very aware that we need to stay tight.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the minister for her clarification on that. And being that this organization, the minister mentions, was established in 2019, I guess my question, the obvious one, is where were they in 2023? There's lots of examples of where the hotel industry that was struck with the emergency management or state of emergency order, and those things, people traveling and things like that. I guess I'm looking for, that's over 4 years ago that they were, or 3 years ago that they were struck. Are they being effective in terms of, did they help? And what are we going to do to improve that?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the question. I think at this point, maybe I'll request some understanding from the member. So when an emergency is underway, we continually give input through the lens of tourism, but we are not the decision makers in the end on what actions are to be taken. And so I think I'll direct the member to the other ministry to further investigate his questions.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, for the answer from the minister. I guess the one of the things that came out of some of the conversations that tourists were having in this particular time of need was that there's a lady by the name of Ashley Courmont who lives in Camrose, paid $6,500 for a 4-night stay in West Kelowna. Anyways, there was a lot of debate back and forth, and there was a resistance by the operator, which I realize this only lends a level of distrust between visitors that are tourists here in the province when operators of whatever, and I have to say, Chair, that I did hear this from even hotels where there was a resistance to refund people that were ordered to leave the hotels and things like that. Is there anything that we can, or the ministry is doing, to help try to bring a greater sense of responsibility to hotels, Airbnb operators, which I realize are out of the ministry's control, but I still ask that question because it does leave a black mark on, the province's reputation.
Minister.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. It's an interesting situation because when we're in a difficult situation like we were in last year, there's a lot of moving pieces. And we have heard reports of folks not getting refunded for bookings that they had made. I would say that the majority of those were made through third-party booking agencies. So with that in mind, I have to say that the majority of stories we're hearing from tourists is that hotels really stepped up. You know, they were giving refunds, they were bringing in evacuees, they were really supporting the efforts on the ground, and so I'm really proud of that. But back to the unfortunate situation that the member brought up through the chair, it looks like the majority of those cases were from third-party booking agencies. The hotel industry tells us often that it's always better to book directly with an accommodation provider.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Just one final question on that particular group of topics. I just want to pursue the task force that what came up at your meeting, and the fact that the one in 2019, and I think you referred to it as Tourism Emergency Management. I probably don't have that name quite right, but Chair, what I'm wondering about, has there been anything further to try to bring industry into these reoccurring problems that the ministry is being questioned on?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to clarify for the member, I might have rattled off a bit too much information, but I'm going to clarify what I've said. So the Tourism Emergency Management Committee that was stood up in 2019, that has been moving along and has created a great opportunity for communication between government, Destination BC, our tourism sector. The task force that was identified last year is a separate task force, and that was stood up. And that work has been done. It's been ongoing since it was stood up last year. So that's a separate task force specific to what happened last year. There has been a lot of opportunities for the tourism sector to give input to that task force, and there will be recommendations coming out of that task force. And if you would like to know any more details, if the member would like to know any more details specifically about that work being done, then I would direct him to that ministry.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, the task force is at your direction at the ministry? No, it's the EMCR. Thank you. All right. So, Chair, I want to switch over to the hospitality industry, and I'm sure that well known, but anyways, on January 23rd, the BC Restaurant and Food Services Association with Restaurants Canada came up with a campaign called Save BC Restaurants. And I'm just wondering, knowing that there's some concerning information, which I think from a tourism point of view, that restaurant bankruptcies had surged by 48% in the last 10 months. I'm just wondering what steps the Ministry of Tourism, Chair, has been taking to tackle some of the issues that have been highlighted by Save BC Restaurants.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the question. Personally, I adore the restaurant industry, and I've always found a way to try and stay connected to it. I have a very good working relationship with the chair of the BC Restaurant Association, Ian Tostinson. And I was also presented with the menu campaign that the Canadian Restaurant Association and the BC Restaurant Association partnered on to present to government. I thought it was quite clever. It was a clever campaign. And of course, the issues that were brought up fall into different ministries within government. The member will know that. There was a lot of different topics that were brought up. Let me just say, as far as the connection to tourism and the restaurant industry, some of the restaurants in BC definitely serve the tourism industry and some don't. This is a small business issue, but what I get excited about as far as the link to tourism is that when visitors come to British Columbia, they're going to see some world-class opportunities to enjoy what we have going on here in BC. We've got a world-class reputation, and we continue to get accolades around that. But we also see restaurants supporting tourists that are coming through for short periods and long periods, and they're part of the ecosystem of what allows a tourist to have how they have a great experience here. There's great opportunities that are coming up as far as marquee events in British Columbia. We've got many large events where people will come into BC in the thousands, and they're going to be looking at setting up accommodation. They're going to be eating out, and they're going to be enjoying activities, not just the activity that they specifically came to enjoy, but we'll be drawing them out into other areas of, say, Vancouver or the province, so that they can enjoy a real British Columbia experience, and that's going to be the restaurant industry is going to be part of that. We'll be working with the restaurant industry on campaigns to make sure that tourists and visitors are well aware of what we have to offer here. And I think that's one of the really great advantages of having a marquee event here, is that we get to highlight everything that makes our province great, whether it's arts and culture, whether it's sport, whether it's the restaurant industry, or the other parts of the small business industry. But restaurants are definitely part of that. I'm working with cross-ministry with other ministers as we address some of the concerns that the restaurant industry brought forward. One of those was the employee health tax, but I won't be able to answer any questions on that specifically. I know that they're very happy that there was a change there, but that should be directed towards the Minister of Finance.
Member for Kelowna West.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thank you through to the Minister, just in terms of her appreciation of the unique restaurants that the province has to offer tourists. And, part of the reason they come here is for the food culture that has been developed symbiotically with agriculture, the seafood and shellfish industry, as well as the local wine industry and craft distillers and spirits. But I just wondered if with the you mentioned, the minister mentioned that she was working on solutions with other cross ministries, and some of the ones that have come up include harmonized liquor licensing in terms of the rules, which I know that the licensing is generally there's really two licenses. However, there is variations in how it's interpreted by the liquor inspectors and what they're doing. So I'm just kind of wondering if there's any kind of support team that's out there from tourism to help smaller restaurants that are obviously under that threshold of the employer health tax, which I know has been, the changes have been announced, and but I just wonder if there's anything been done specifically on the liquor licensing, maybe on labor, as well as whether there might be any option, or is there any kind of direct support, not financial, but a link or an ability to get support in terms of answers from the ministry in terms of their sector.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the question. So I understand what the member is asking, and I have to say that, and he'll understand this, but the menu of items that the restaurant industry brought forward fall under different ministries, and I think what the member is asking is like, how is that being dealt with? How is that being how are we doing the work that needs to be done as far as restaurant concerned? So there are many ministries, which, it can be frustrating as a stakeholder to come up against a list of 5 different ministries that they fall under. That's why we've created a table with the Solicitor General, the Jobs Economic, what is it? Development and Innovation Ministry, Labor, Finance, all of the areas that the restaurant industry wants to have discussion on. We thought it was probably most effective to create a table that brings all the ministers together. And our point of contact is Mr. Tostenson. And so we're working away on that list. And yeah, I think having that type of relationship is really helpful, because bringing the voice of restaurants right into the legislature, allowing us to work together as a team, it allows for good communication, and it allows us to understand as we make changes how that's affecting the industry. But I continue to be a super champion for the restaurant industry, and so I bring that lens into each of these ministries that we're talking with.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thank you, Minister. That table that you referred to, I was unaware of, and I think that that's exactly what we're trying to get to here, is that we're going to reduce the barriers to success. We need to come together and fix it in the ministries that it resides. So that's encouraging. I guess the one thing that stands out, especially in this sector, and probably the hotel sector as well, but tourism in general, is the labor issues. And I want to just bring, and I'm sure you're aware of, but Alberta's launched a dedicated immigration program to tackle its tourism industry's labor shortage. And I'm just wondering if the minister has explored, or Chair, if she can commit to, with the table, making certain that this is at least looked at as part of the solution in trying to fill that gap.
Minister.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. Yeah, I think, I mean, I've been around long enough to know that labor is one of the issues that is a problem in tourism. It's an issue in agriculture. You know, it's a complicated topic for sure, but we do have an approach in our ministry that deals with some of the things that we have levers for. So employment levels are back to 2019, and we know that it's really difficult because of the seasonality of hospitality. It could be the restaurant sector, it could be the hotel sector. These are all different types of labor that's required, and it's really hard to hang on to people, you know, seasonally. We're even hearing that from the ski resorts. But we do have some levers in our ministry, and we're getting good feedback on that. We do believe that investing in education and making training more accessible and affordable really helps British Columbians domestically prepare for the jobs that are available. Our ministry recently partnered with the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction to provide $6 million to Indigenous Tourism BC to offer free training to current and future Indigenous tourism workers and give them the tools to be successful in their careers. Our ministry also provided $2.8 million to Go2HR in the last few years to hire 5 HR specialists to support tourism and hospitality employers in BC's tourism regions. This is going to help them improve their HR acumen, which is an important step to ensure tourism jobs are attractive in a competitive market. So those are some of the things that, that we're doing from a tourism perspective.
Member.
Maybe, Chair, just on this particular topic, we might just ask if the minister, just in terms of the barriers to the success, one of the stats that I saw earlier was that there's been a 48% uptick in bankruptcies with restaurants in the last 10 months. Obviously, that's it can be either on the cost side or it can be on the revenue side, and I'm sure that labor is just one part of it. So I guess when it comes to some of these things, the government has a role or a part of some of these costs, okay? Since we've seen the introduction of Bill 2, which the minimum wage is going to be indexed with cost of living, the addition of sick days, the employer health tax, which has been raised, but the rate over $1 million has been increased as well. And I guess what I'm just, is the minister concerned about these factors that are impacting the financial viability of the restaurant sector in terms of their ability to survive and being able to continue?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the question. The member might want to direct some of these questions to the Labour Ministry, but I will say that from my perspective, from our ministry here, one of the responsibilities that we have is to drive traffic to the restaurant sector, and we do that through our marketing programs. And as we see larger events come up, we know that when people visit British Columbia once for a large marquee event, they're going to keep returning to our province. And so with that opportunity comes some choices that we can make on how we're going to market our province when people are here. So as I said, when you get a large marquee event, looking at the ecosystem of what we have to offer includes the restaurant industry. In Saskatoon, they hosted the Junos, and the Junos made a particular partnership with the restaurant industry in Saskatoon. We are going to be hosting the Junos here, and so we're working with the folks that did the organizing in Saskatoon to look at see how we can also have a marketing program that drives Juno attendees into our restaurant sector. It's a really creative, great partnership to have, and so I'm really keen on that. I love marketing personally, and so as we look at successful opportunities that happen in other jurisdictions, we look to see how we can take that on here in BC. The next few years are going to see an enormous opportunity for visitors, and so these conversations are very exciting. As far as the questions around the difficulties that restaurants are having, the member cited the minimum wage, sick days. I think that having employees that are paid a reasonable wage and are given sick days when they need it, I would say encourages people to become longer standing employees where they're employed. And I think the restaurant industry provides a lot of employment. Obviously, it would be great if we could drive more labor there, but I think that they're also very proud employers. And so, so I think it's a partnership. Small business needs to do its part, and government needs to do its part.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for that, and I will take that up with the ministry that is responsible. I think in isolation, some of those are all very important, minimum wage, employer health tax, et cetera, for all the reasons they stand for. It's the cumulative impact that I'm trying to get to in terms of whether there's any work that's actually being done, because I don't think that we would, I mean, with all of those things, we're still having a labor difficulty in trying to attract, retain people in that sector. So anyways, I will take that up with the minister. I want to just, Chair, talk a little bit about hotel room supply. I'm sure that that's a topic with upcoming events coming to a city near you here in British Columbia. And I know that, it was surprising in looking at this information, reading the reports about the decline and reduction in hotel rooms in Metro Vancouver, where a lot of the upcoming events, the minister mentioned the Junos, but more importantly, things like FIFA and obviously that concert that people keep talking about. I don't have tickets, but anyways, I was just wondering what the ministry is doing to try to encourage and help the city of Vancouver and other communities being able to establish that. And in light of the short-term rental rule changes from last November, what type of supports are there to try to help, if you want to call it fast track, but moving ahead on the required number of rooms we need for major events?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the question. So yes, it's a very exciting time, whether it be large sporting events or large concerts. We are going to have a lot of people visiting British Columbia, and many of them will be wanting to book in at our hotels in Vancouver and hopefully out into our outlying communities like Surrey, Delta, Langley, there's North Vancouver. Our transit system in the Lower Mainland is excellent, and so we hope that'll allow people to travel out to different accommodations. But to the member's point, as far as our hotel room supply goes, I don't know if the member saw the article at the beginning of February in the Globe and Mail. The headline was "Vancouver leads the way in building boom for hotels." This is good news. This is a great headline. We know that there are at least 1,400 hotel rooms in development in the pipeline for Vancouver. And, I think everybody understands that we've got some deadlines to meet, so we'll be very interested to see how fast those hotel builds will come online. But we are in constant conversations with the City of Vancouver and the hotel industry, just talking about supply as an issue. But we also know that there's lots of other opportunities and ways for people to stay when they're coming here to visit, for opportunities like Taylor Swift or the Grey Cup or the Invictus Games or FIFA. Of course, hotels are one option, but there are also other options.
Member.
Chair, thank you. Just to clarify the minister's point about the other options, I think it's important because there is a fair amount of discussion going on at municipalities all around the province, but especially obviously Vancouver, in terms of what the rules, in terms of short-term rentals. And I know in discussing this issue with some of the councillors in Vancouver that have been very active in trying to make hotel development a priority for the City of Vancouver. But the question still comes up is the secondary suites with owner-occupied homes. I think that they are, but just to clarify that they can be rented out for short-term rentals. Is that an option?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. It's nice to see you today. And I'll direct all of the questions on short-term rentals to the Housing Ministry.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of other, there has been some rumors about Pavco looking at a floating hotel in and around the harbor in Vancouver Harbor. Could you tell us if that's a serious idea that's being explored? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it is.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Geez, this pace picks right up when you're in the chair. That's it. Thank you. I just, I guess the question really is that there has been some other discussions, and I just wanted to find out the cruise ship industry, which is obviously very active here. Vessels are generally there is a space issue. They have met their expectations, I understand, from the number of vessels, and passengers were a little bit, they were about where they expected to be last year. But more importantly, has there been any discussion with Port Metro Vancouver about the possibility of those type of vessels being utilized in the short term on that
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. So to the member's question, yes, I have heard that idea. I've heard that idea of cruise ships being used as extra accommodation spaces get floated. That was supposed to be funny. I've heard the idea and haven't seen anything formal, but I do have to say that the cruise ship industry is super busy and those boats are on the move with passengers. And so I can confirm I haven't heard anything from the industry, a proposal from the industry themselves.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. Just, I guess just in terms of maybe the discussion about PAVCO, Chair, can we get some idea as to the magnitude, order of magnitude that is being considered, and is this temporary or is this long-term? What is this a solution because the city can't come up with it, or land availability? Maybe we could elaborate a little bit more, please.
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. So from what I understand, the proposal for the floating hotel is expected to offer 250 rooms.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I just want to just step back on the comment when we were talking about the shortage, and you mentioned that there was good transportation and good transportation network for rooms. But with these events that you have, most people are well aware of them, upcoming, you mentioned other options. Can you explain or elaborate what other options you're referring to that would be available for the public to participate in those events, whether it's FIFA, the Grey Cup, the many other ones that are coming? Yeah. Yeah.
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the question. So I think any large city that hosts any type of marquee event, any large event with an influx of folks coming in, so FIFA will see 300,000 people arrive over that week or week and a half. There's going to be other options for accommodation that are used. So there will be hotel rooms, of course. There'll be short-term rental opportunities. Sometimes people rent out their homes. They'll rent out a room in their home. They offer bed and breakfasts. Swifties are very creative. They've got Facebook groups where they're having people crash on their floor with a sleeping bag. So there's lots of opportunities for folks to be creative.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. So we're expecting 300,000 people June of '26 here for the FIFA event. I just am trying to do the math. We currently have, well, the forecast according to Destination Vancouver is we need 20,000 new rooms by 2050. And anyways, I'm just kind of interested in when you talk about these other options and the creativity and the things that you just mentioned, are those all acceptable with the new short-term rental rules that the government's just brought out? Like, we're not crossing any boundaries if people decide to rent their home out or rent a room out? Those are all acceptable?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, they are.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that answer. Okay, so you earlier mentioned that there was some rooms that were in the pipeline under development. The Minister of Housing mentioned this about 2 weeks ago. I'm just wondering if you could just clarify the source of where that 1,400 rooms that are in development and timelines when those are expected to be either started or added to the marketplace.
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. So I noted that there's about 1,400 hotel rooms in the hopper. This is for Vancouver. This is led by the City of Vancouver, and they've communicated this number to us.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. So again, has the ministry got the information as to the timelines as to what years those will be coming on stream?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. We believe it's within the next couple years.
Member?
Okay, I appreciate that, but it's, Chair, I do find that that's a little bit uncertain, especially with 300,000 visitors that are coming here. So the ministry, I don't know if there's things that, are they maybe actively supporting or helping the City of Vancouver achieve that and greater than that in terms of new rooms in the City of Vancouver?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. So I did confirm that the 1,400, it looks like they will be complete by 2025, which would give us another 1,400 for our big event that we're heading to for 2026. But I think that we all know you can't build your way out of the surge that's coming. We're never going to have 300,000 new hotel rooms, and probably nor should we. Right now, hotel occupancy is about 80%, so that's really great for the hotel industry currently. We are expecting that, as I said previously, that there will be other options for accommodation. People can be expected to get creative. You look at any other large event like the Olympics, people were renting out their bedrooms, they were renting out their full houses. Short-term rentals in primary residences are available. There's bed and breakfasts, and of course, as I said, Swifties have a Facebook site and they're going to bunk in together.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go back to the project that Pavco's floating around, and literally. Okay, Chair. I was just wanting to find out, because Pavco is directly accountable to the minister, if she could clarify at what stage this is at, in the sense, is there a business plan, a proposal? Is it being funded by Pavco through the ministry's budget this year?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the question. So Sunborn Hotels, which is what it would be called, is in partnership with the Vancouver Harbour Flight Centre. They've proposed mooring a floating hotel vessel off Vancouver's waterfront, which is situated at the Vancouver Convention Centre West.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate that, Minister. So can the Minister confirm if there's, at this point, is there a business plan in front of PAVCO, and has that been shared with the Minister?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, there is a proposal and a business case. PAVCO is working with Sunborn, and currently there's a application at the City of Vancouver for rezoning.
Member.
Thank you very much, Chair. Perhaps maybe the Minister could just elaborate on the partnership, who Sunborn is.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Sunborn is a private company that does floating hotels around the world.
Member Kelowna West.
Thank you, Chair. So just to clarify, is the Minister able to share that business plan or business proposal? If not, when? And what the Ministry's investment will be in the current fiscal, or the upcoming fiscal year?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So to the member, there's been nothing put in front of me at this point, and I've received no request for funding.
Member.
Well, thank you, Chair. I think it is important that the taxpayers know that if they're going to have to put money into this. So is the minister able to confirm or deny that taxpayer funding will be used in this project?
Minister.
Thank you. To the member, it's my understanding that investment by the province is not required.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and appreciate that clarification. So could the minister confirm if we can be, if she could share, once the plan comes forward, could she share that with myself when it's made available to her ministry?
Minister.
Thank you. I'd be happy to under the laws and legislation to the extent that I can.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So I just, through to the ministry, I just want to clarify that it's my understanding from what the minister said that the present proposal doesn't include any taxpayer funding. However, that may change. We don't know that, but if it does change, what I would like to know is that if there was a change, would the ministry confirm that there is going to be taxpayer investment in this PAVCO proposal with Sunborn in terms of their participation, in terms of either the foreshore, the convention center, the Vancouver Harbor facility? Could she confirm that that if there is going to be taxpayer investment, that we would be informed of that? So that we're aware of the liability to taxpayers in BC.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yes.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to welcome my colleague from Richmond Centre. North, sorry, Centre. Thank you, I apologize. Should have my little diagram here. But Chair, the member would like to ask some questions in terms of culture and arts of the minister.
Thank you. Prior to the member asking a question, let's take a 10-minute recess and convene at 20 to 4. That's 3:40. Thank you. Okay, members, thank you. We call Committee C back in order, and I recognize the member for Richmond North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you again, Minister. Yeah, my first part is about Salvation Canadian Museum. In the 2020 SLAP election, former Premier John Horgan promised that he was committed to establishing a Salvation Canadian Museum. And then a news release was issued with 3 MLA from Surrey, Panorama, Surrey, Fleetwood, and Richmond, Queensborough, all saying that it's such a great thing. So I just want the Minister to provide the House with an update on the progress of this museum.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks so much for the question. To let the member know through the Chair, I think things are going really, really well. Our last meeting, so first I'll just give you an update to where we are, and then I'll just tell you my most recent experience.
Please.
I'll tell the member my most recent experience, which happened just a week ago. So the progress that has been made is there's been an establishment of a ministerial advisory committee. Been working with that committee, and I've been holding meetings almost once a month, almost every month and a half. Established an Engage BC website where people can get updates, and they will be able to go on and give some input. And we have produced an engagement framework for broader community engagement. I think the member will appreciate that we brought the advisory group into the Chinese Canadian Museum last week so that the advisory group could see and be inspired by a place that also started as an advisory group. But there's just such a strong story to tell at that museum, and we really wanted to make sure that they had inspiration and could see what working together the point you can get to, which is a really proud moment, of course, for the Chinese Canadian Museum. So at that last advisory meeting, we talked about ways to engage. The next step is a really big step. It's engaging the broader community. So basically engaging British Columbia in what they would like to see in a museum. And we identified different ways of reaching the community. It's when you think about British Columbia and how big it is and how many groups are identified as being important community groups, it's really a challenge to figure out the best way to reach these individuals and to give everyone the best chance of giving input. And so we talked about engaging with the arts and culture community broadly, sports groups, arts and culture groups, music groups, youth groups, senior groups. And so that work now is going to be happening as we ask people to send in their input. And it left off on a really great note, and I think holding it inside the Chinese Canadian Museum really helped us get to that point.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, the Minister, for the detailed progress. It's good to know that they are in Chinese Canadian Museum. I was there several times, really impressed with the Chinese Canadian Museum. But I noticed that there wasn't any inclusion or mention of this project in the budget and fiscal plan. Can the minister explain why there was no mention of this project?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. To answer the member's question, it's too early to have that as an item in a dedicated item in the budget. We are still at the community engagement stage, and I know that the member was very interested and active with the Chinese Canadian Museum. The average museum takes about 8 years to get established. So currently, we are at the community engagement part of getting to that end point. And as I mentioned, it's going really well, but we have a lot of work to do. The community has not yet landed on what they want, and so we're waiting for that to happen. It's going to take a bit of time before we get there.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. I just, preparing for this estimate debate, I just look back at the 2021, the estimate debate with the former Minister, Melanie Mark, and I'm quoting her. She said, "We are also committed to establishing a South Asian museum within the next 4 years and are in the preliminary stages now." So that was 2021, May 10. So the next 4 years, not including 2021, it will be 22, 23, 24, 25. So this is 24. So I don't see any alignment with what the former minister said and what this minister, through the chair, is telling me now.
Minister of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the question. So Through the chair, I believe that the former minister's mandate letter said, get started on the project. My mandate letter says advance the project, and so I think we are doing that. But I also think, and I think the member would understand this, that the community wants to get it right. The advisory committee actually last week, someone said, rather than move quickly, we need to do this right, and the engagement has to happen. So currently, people are very interested in taking the time instead of rushing the process and getting to a point that they might not want to be. So, we're going to continue doing that. But, I think that it's a complicated project. There's 8+ countries being represented. And so making sure that we are engaging with folks in the best way that we can is going to be really important. And as I said, it's pretty complicated when you think about how to reach out to that many people. And it has to be all of British Columbia. So we think we are there now, and we should see some input start to come in the next little while.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. I do agree that it has to be thorough, but then what I fail to understand is because the commitment was made in 2020, and the ministry hasn't started the public engagement until 2023. So a couple of years that were lying there without doing anything. So it's really weird that we haven't started the public engagement until last year, after the commitment was made 2 years ago.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the question. So I do want to say that although the member did say it didn't look like anything was going on, there was actually a lot of work going on. And so there's a lot of internal planning work that has to happen. Of course, the member will also know that we had the Chinese Canadian Museum going discussions about the Jewish Cultural Center. We're a very small team, but we're able to get a lot of stuff across the line. Work that I'm really, really proud of, but this one in particular is it's a more complicated project, and so there had to be more planning time taken. But I think that the members are going to be really happy with what we start to see over the next few months.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. But I know there must be a lot of behind-the-scene work that's being done, but it doesn't seem the minister or the ministry is doing this right, because in an article in Vancouver Sun, after the ministry has done a so-called consultation, it's called South Asian Museum Community Leaders Gathering at the SFU Center for Dialogue on April the 13th last year. There are so many attendees voiced their frustration with the event. A community activist and entrepreneur expressed concern. He said, I quote him, "There aren't our spaces. Why would you put it in an institution that's not part of our experience, facilitated by academic with no real connection to the community that was gathered, who couldn't guide the conversation in any meaningful way?" So many more criticism expressed regarding the consultation event. Could the minister outline, through the chair, could the minister outline how she has addressed this criticism and whether she has provided more acceptable consultation opportunity, as the minister said that it will be coming, but it looks like that the start did not go off with a bang, but with a lot of criticism.
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. So I understand the line of questioning from the member, but I have to say that I would also expect the member to understand the complexities of this particular project. So this is a community that comes from 8+ nations. So when we think about that alone, having that many nations involved, plus religion, plus languages, it is extremely complicated, and being able to find consensus in one introductory meeting, I would have predicted it was impossible. But it didn't matter. We needed a place to step off from into the community, because you need to build community trust. And I was not at all surprised that some people weren't happy with the way it went. There were some people that took issue with calling it a museum when maybe it should be a cultural center. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a South Asian museum. It should have a different name. There was a lot of opinions that came out of that first meeting, and that allowed us to take all of that diversity of opinion, bring it back into the ministry, and try and figure out, okay, addressing the concerns, but also trying to find a way forward. So I guess we could have given up at that point, but it was a starting off point, like I said. So the nations that are represented, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, these are all nations with many languages, many religions, on top of their own idea of their own story to tell on how they got to British Columbia and what happened when they got here. How does that story in one place get told in a way that represents the whole community of British Columbia? It's a very, very complicated situation. But as I said, we've now been working for months with organizations, with an advisory committee, having these tough conversations. And I can tell you, not every advisory committee meeting is easy. There's a lot of opinions that come forward. We take it away, we kind of rejig what we're doing, and then we go back out again. So it's tedious work, but it's really important work that we have to do before we could go back out as a whole, advisory committee agreeing on the pathway forward. That has taken quite some time. Then once we've agreed, now we're ready to launch a website where everybody can give input to, and also we can go out to all of these different organizations and ask them how do they want to see themselves in this museum or this cultural center or whatever it is that the community of this group agrees on. I would say that we're not past all of the bumps yet, but we are very committed to getting where we need to go. And I think that the community as a whole, everybody that we've been working with so far, has made that commitment. And everybody's acknowledged that we still might find some bumps along the way, but it's getting us to a place where we have further agreement. And that's the most important thing.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you for the minister. So that first one, which that didn't seem to be successful at all, took place in April 2023. And then the ministry issued a news release several months later, taking into consideration what have done wrong. But then in this news release, it said that community design workshops and online public survey will begin in early 2024. I assume it should be beginning now, in early 2024. And feedback received through the engagement process will be released in a report summarizing key recommendations, themes, and questions, which will be published on the engagement website in the summer of 2024. So I want to know through the chair, the minister, whether the report will be according to the schedule laid out in this news release.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So as far as the timeline is concerned, that is my hope, through the chair. That is my hope. But I think from what we've learned over the last year, that it might change. If the community needs more time, the timeline could change. We are there, the community is leading this, and the member did say that the initial advisory meeting, community meeting, was not successful, and I have a different opinion of that. Was it easy? No. But it was a place to start. You have to start somewhere. Were we expecting consensus from that one meeting? No, we weren't. But it allowed us to address issues that came up, and it set us on our pathway with the advisory committee. So I think it was successful to start that discussion. You know, if we would have come away from that meeting and there would have been no opinion, I think that would have been a failure. We did get some very good tips on how to proceed, and we're listening to the community. So the answer is it would be great if we could stick to that timeline, but I don't know, it may change.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, thank you for the minister to say that the ministry and the minister have learned a lot from the first meeting. So learning that there are lots of different opinion coming from the community. And yet what I fail to understand is that happened in April. So the minister and ministry have learned so much from that first consultation. And yet in November, several months later, issuing a news release committing to release the report in the summer of 2024. And now I'm hearing through the chair from the minister that that schedule might not be on time again, will be delayed. So why make that commitment in a news release after learning from the first consultation that there's a lot to learn from the community?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. So to the member, through the chair, I'm optimistic that we might be able to stick to that deadline, but we are really being guided by the engagement and guided by the community. So if the community, it looks like the community needs more time. An example is if we haven't reached enough people with our outreach, asking for people to tell us their opinion on what they think, how would they see themselves in this museum, then we would extend the time. So I think it's an evolving situation and it's complicated. And I think to rush it and to have hard deadlines really does not give credit to the community process that we are trying to follow.
Mr. Chair, so the minister cannot commit to the promised timeline. Anyway, moving on to the Filipino Cultural Center. Can the minister provide an update on the progress of this Filipino Cultural Center?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Great question, and we have had a great time moving this project forward. There is, the member may know this, but there's almost 300 Filipino community organizations in BC. It's a huge number, and being able to meet together with some of the community leaders, we've done that 3 times in September. Not every organization is represented, but there are organizations that represent other organizations. So the best thing I can tell the member about this particular project is that there is so much enthusiasm to move something forward. The community is fully behind it, but again, we're having those conversations. What does it look like? What type of entity will allow community members to see themselves in? There's a lot of talk about gathering spaces. There's a lot of talk about having space to celebrate. The Filipino community has many celebrations, and I feel like our meetings are celebrations as well. The last meeting in particular was really positive, and we've made some future plans that will be coming up soon. But we will hope to launch an engagement website in the coming months. And again, we're just working together with the community to decide on what the messaging will be looking like on that engagement website. We even talked about having audio, so if somebody was unable, for example, to read the language on the screen, they could just listen in different languages to what we're asking. So there's a lot of work being done there, and there's a lot of hours that are being put in by the community to really think this project out. So I want to just commend them for really stepping up and moving this forward in a positive way.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through the Chair. So on April 2023, government's news release announced that the Mabuhay House Society will receive $250,000 for planning and public engagement about the development of Filipino Provincial Cultural Center. Can the Minister, through the Chair, confirm if this public engagement is, since the government announced allocating them $250,000, it looks like so far the only funding that's being given out. So is this society going to do the public engagement?
Oh, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the work that we engaged Mabuhay House to do was around building the capacity of the community before we launched a web engagement website. So when I referred to the almost 300 plus community organizations in the Filipino community, it was to help us create contact lists to be able to reach out so that we were including all of those types of organizations. And the capacity building was to also raise awareness on the work that we were doing. And so that's what they did. They've done a very good job. They've made sure that I think a lot of the work they did set us up for success in our last community meeting that we held just last week or the week before, where everybody was really on the same page about moving forward. And so that $250,000 was given to Mabuhay House to build capacity to get us to this point, but they won't be doing the community engagement.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I find, through the chair, I'd like the minister to really enlighten me. Because there's a news release by Mabuhay House in November 2023 that said the Field Canadian Construction Society of BC, the United Architects of the Philippines BC, and the Society of Filipino Engineers in BC proudly announced a historic partnership in support of the Mabuhay House Society's ambitious project to build the Filipino Culture Center in BC. So it looks like that this Mabuhay House, having a team of engineers, architects, and construction workers assembled, it looks like a site has been identified to go ahead with the project. So can the minister, through the chair, enlighten me on why this is happening?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the question, and through to the member. The press release that the member is mentioning had nothing to do with us as government. We are nowhere near site identification. We aren't even at the point where we're launching the engagement website yet. That will happen over the next few months. But I think that I could probably chalk that news release up to an incredibly, incredibly enthusiastic community who was enthusiastic about an opportunity that they may have seen. But that has nothing to do with the work we were doing with Mabuhay House.
Amber?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what the minister is saying, the statement by Mabuhay House Society is not correct.
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. So from a government perspective, there's been no site identified. Mubuhay House may have created a partnership, but the work that we're doing, that we asked them to do, was about building capacity so we could get to the point where we are now, where we're now in community agreement as we go into the months of launching a community engagement on the website. And so the website, the press release that they did in November was not in relation to the work that we're doing.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It sounds really weird because this government has funded this organization and endorsed them. I'm just reading out the news release by this ministry again. In April 2023, the minister earlier said that this Mubuhay House Society is not doing public engagement, but let me read the first paragraph of this news release. The Mubuhay House Society will receive $250,000 for planning and public engagement about the development of a provincial cultural center to celebrate the Filipino community in BC. And later on, there's a paragraph saying that Mubuhay House Society is a not-for-profit organization established to lead planning and community engagement for a provincial Filipino cultural center. And now what I'm hearing through the chair from the minister is this society is not doing public engagement, in total contrast to the news release issued by the ministry on April the 14th, 2023. I don't know whether I'm confused or I'm not reading the English right. This is my second language. I don't know.
Minister.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. So the $250,000 was given to Mubuhay House to do planning for the public engagement. We were entering into this without a lot of knowledge around the Filipino community, how many associations there were, who were the contacts. And so Mubuhay House was given that money to help us understand the community. And so the reach out to organizations, really highlighting the work that was going to be done. But $250,000 for engagement is not unrealistic. The planning for that, the planning for engagement, it takes a lot of work, and they did a whole lot of work. And so they really set us up in order to take over the public engagement side of it now and feel confident that we have a plan and we know how to move forward. We are going to take some time to do that public engagement, but it's been well worth it to work with Mubuhay House and the community. But when you look at other cultural infrastructure projects that we've taken on, just the leading up to community engagement is millions of dollars. So the work that was done for $250,000 we think was good work.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But the minister, I don't know whether the minister agreed that the news release issued by the ministry is not worded right, because it did not say capacity building. It said clearly it's for planning and public engagement. And I think that's why there's a lot of noises in the community that are not happy, that everybody was reading this news release to have an impression that the society is doing public engagement. And plus, the news release that I read out just now, that they're issuing a news release saying they're having a partnership with architect, engineer, and construction workers on pushing this ambitious project ahead. So since this society was formed to do this public engagement and planning, that means that the minister is supporting and endorsing this society. And now this society is issuing a news release that the minister disagrees with. So is the minister going to let the public know that what they are doing right now does not get the endorsement from the ministry?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. To answer the member's question, I think the member can think about it like this. We gave Mubuhay House $250,000 to do a project for us. That project was about planning and community and engaging the Filipino community so that we would be able to carry forward with our plan around a Filipino cultural center. we needed to work with an organization that could reach the majority of the community. And we asked them to do the project. They finished the project. We're happy with the work that was done. And now the engagement comes back into government, and we will be launching a website through government. So as far as our commitment to Mabuhay House, we think that we've done that with the project coming to completion. Mabuhay House is an independent organization. We don't tell them what they can or cannot do on as far as news releases go. We had a particular project we asked them to do, and they completed that work, and we're happy with that work.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I still cannot agree with the minister because I have to put on record that the news release said it so clearly that the Mabuhay House Society will receive $250K for planning and public engagement about the development of a cultural center to celebrate the Filipino community. So nothing to talk about capacity building or coming up with a list. It's clearly for public engagement. I want to put that on record. And because the whole Filipino community is reading this news release, that's why it created a lot of confusion now that the minister is changing by saying that it's only for capacity building. I received a letter from Filipino BC, dated February 26. I'm sure the minister received it. They are not happy about what's going on. And let me quote them. They said, despite the initial funding allocation, it has come to light that the province is now launching a website for public engagement. This raises the obvious question. Why is the province launching a separate public engagement website if they previously allocated $250,000 intended for exactly this purpose? Furthermore, there's a concerning lack of transparency regarding how the initial funds were utilized. We have yet to see a detailed report outlining how these funds were spent and what outcomes were achieved. It is essential for accountability and transparency that such information be made readily available to the public. So I received this from Filipino BC, the board chair and the project director. I have the responsibility to raise this at the budget estimate debate, which I have promised them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Seeing no.
Oh, no.
Member, Richmond North Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask about the Royal BC Museum, just a couple of questions. So in the 2024 to 26-27 service plan, it promises the re-imaging and reopening of the third floor galleries with a phased approach throughout 2024. So the service plan also emphasized that it is focused on reimagining and fully reopening the third floor galleries. Can the minister outline the stages and expected completion date for the reopening?
Minister.
Thank you. The member asked about the timeline on how things are reopening at the Royal BC Museum. So I'll just go back to Old Town. Much of Old Town was reopened on July 29th, 2023. And I think it was a great success. We had a lot of visitors, and people are very happy to see that, be able to visit it again. There are some storefronts that are still vacant, but they're using community engagement to ask people what they want to see in those storefronts. They have a lot of artifacts and belongings that can be used to make interesting displays. And so I think people are giving their input so that the museum can be guided by what the public wants. The First People's Gallery, along with Hunt House and Our Living Languages, is scheduled to open on April the 2nd of this year. That's been done after a consultation with a 17-member community advisory group. And so I'm actually really excited about that. I don't know if the member has toured the Living Languages exhibit before, but it's really fantastic. And then the opening date, we still are not quite firm on when Totem Hall will open, but the Maritime Gallery, including the ship, will be, it's scheduled to reopen in the fall of 2024 or possibly sooner, just really depends on the workload involved in that. And then the rest of Old Town will be opening in December.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Royal BC Museum 2023 operational report shows a decline in admission revenue by 27.35% from 2022, making the second lowest since 2021. Could the minister confirm if this record low revenue are the direct result of the delays in reopening the museum's third floor galleries?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The answer is no. Through the chair, I can't confirm that that's related. There's a lot of different things that affect revenue, visitor choices, where they're going to go when they come into town, the weather, cruise ship schedules. There's a lot of things that can affect it. So I'm not going to confirm that, but what I can say is that the museum has a lot of great stuff that is happening now. There's a lot of activity, and I feel really positive about the season coming up. We've got the openings of many of the exhibits that I've already mentioned, but we also have the Wildlife Photographer of the Year, which is now open. I don't know if the members go and appreciate that exhibit, but it's fantastic. It's a definitely a don't miss. The second floor, opening on May the 10th, is a Stonehenge exhibit, which is also going to be very interesting. And then the third floor, I'm really interested in this one personally, the Canadian Modern Design exhibit, which I think will be really, that'll pull a different type of clientele to the museum. And so we've got a lot of great things. The momentum is building, and I think that we're going to see a lot of visitations.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I totally agree that RBC Museum definitely has a lot of good. I went to see the Angkor Wat. That was fantastic. It's really first class. Given the time limitation, I'm being pressed by my colleagues that one more question. Okay, one more. So this is the collection and research building in Colwood. Could the minister confirm that the project is on track to be completed and open to public in early 2026? And right now, this project is currently 52.5% over its original budget. Can the minister commit that there will be no further cost increases to this project?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I can report to the member through the Chair that the current budget, as reflected in the estimates, is $270 million, and it's on time and on budget.
Member Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And switching over to PAVCO and specifically BC Place now, I don't know if the minister needs other staff, but Mr. Chair, I'll just wait a second until the. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, the minister has been talking quite a bit regarding FIFA and the excitement of the World Cup coming beginning in June of 2026. When you look at BC Place itself and you look at the upcoming schedule in 2024, Lions are starting, Whitecaps have already started. We've got the Rolling Stones in June or July. The minister gave a thumbs up for that. I won't ask her about ticket allocations yet, but and then we've got the Grey Cup in November, and we've got obviously Taylor Swift coming in December. So full calendar of items going on at BC Place. Does the minister have a construction schedule of what's necessary given what the requirements are from FIFA? Does the minister have a construction schedule specifically related to BC Place?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Through to the member. No, there is no construction schedule at this moment. Pavco's working on that. They're hiring a construction manager, and one of the roles of the manager will be to create that schedule.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're in March now, 2024. We've got a full slate, like I said, of already booked events, signature events at BC Place. Will there be any construction? Does the minister anticipate any construction at BC Place this calendar year?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. To the member, yes, there will be construction this year with minimal disruption.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when we look at the RFP, I think that the minister referenced from Pavco for construction manager, it lists BC Place will need more VIP suites, a hospitality space on the stadium's third level, an upgrade to food court concessions, renovations of washrooms, installations of more elevators, and I'll get to the elevators in a second, improved accessibility, and a walkway connecting the stadium to Park Vancouver Hotel and Casino. That's the minister's understanding of what the construction scope is for BC Place at this time.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. To the member, yes, that's my current understanding of the scope of the project.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the minister. So what in this calendar year construction will be happening at BC Place, particularly to the items that I just listed?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. To the member, I don't have a detailed construction schedule, but I can tell the member that the project will be completed by the spring of 2026.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the minister just said that construction will be taking place in BC Place this calendar year. But the minister right now can't list what that construction will be or where it will be in BC Place. So maybe we'll ask it a different way. Has Pavco or has BC Place applied for any construction permits with the City of Vancouver?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I have been able to get information from PAVCO about projects that are underway and will be starting this year. But I also wanted to make a note that PAVCO and the construction manager will be handling that schedule. That's not something that I'm going to be involving myself in. That's their job. But I can tell you that underway currently is a new BC Sports Hall of Fame. There's prep work being done right now for the food courts, and that's including some demolition of some walls. Corner Club third level hospitality space, and washroom upgrades. And much of that, most likely all of that, will be completed this year.
Member.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So a little bit frustrating, to be honest with you, because I just asked the minister a question 5 minutes ago, specifically to what she just answered right now. So I don't know what was lost in translation with what I asked about what was going on this calendar year we're in 2024. I asked a question about what was taking place. The minister said, and then I'm getting answers on that. So let me ask it a different way here. The minister highlighted the Hall of Fame, the washroom upgrades, the concession upgrades. Then I would think if you're doing those things that the minister just highlighted, that there would be a construction plan. So the minister said they don't have a construction plan, yet here are the things that are under construction, right? Which is already, I'm assuming, is already taking on costs. So the minister already is contradicting herself, saying, hey, we don't have a construction plan, yet we already have 2 or 3 or 4 things that are currently under construction. And this facility, PAVCO, is under the minister's mandate. It's under the ministry. So therefore, the minister is responsible for what transpires in that government-owned building, right? That's what I assume. So when I'm asking the minister, I'll ask it again, is there a construction plan for the renovations that are needed to fulfill the requirements by FIFA? So because I'm getting conflicting information, the minister said no, and then she's listed out that there is construction going on, whether it's for washroom upgrades, whether it's through the concession upgrades that are required. So is there an actual construction plan? And the minister did not fully answer the permitting question that I asked as well.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the answer to the question is, well, the member through the chair asked me if I had a construction schedule, and I said that I didn't have that schedule. And so here's, and I was right. So I wasn't trying to be tricky. That's actually the truth. They're finalizing the hiring of a construction manager. The construction manager's job is to create a schedule for the project. In the meantime, PAVCO is doing preliminary work and starting on things. But there is not a finalized schedule from the construction manager for the entire project, but they're just getting to work.
Recognizing the member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you and welcome, Madam Chair. Okay. I understand that, but here's where I kind of run into a bit of a struggle. So you've got, like I listed out the anchor events or the anchor tenants that are there, whether it be the Vancouver Whitecaps or the BC Lions and the concerts and the Grey Cups that are upcoming this calendar year. I would imagine that the minister or the ministry would have had talks with either the BC Lions, the Vancouver Whitecaps, or the performers coming into BC Place about the construction that will be going on in BC Place for 2024. So whether that will impact luxury suites that are in BC Place, right, for a Rolling Stones concert or a Taylor Swift concert. We've talked about elevators that need to be upgraded or new elevators in a 40-year-old concrete building. The minister has committed, and the premier has committed publicly, to trying to get us an actual dollar figure on the construction. Now, in January of 2023, the ministry came out with, I believe it was $230 million, the cost for the games. I understand that was based on 5 games. We're now looking at 7 games, right? So I would imagine, so has the minister or the ministry talked to either the BC Lions or the Vancouver Whitecaps about some of the impacts that are going to happen in BC Place for 2024?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the question. So PAVCO is well aware of of the number of events and games going on there. And the construction manager's job will be to manage any of the upgrades around the events. But I have to say that Pavco is very experienced at running BC Place. And they are advising us that there will be no disruptions in 2024 to any of the game days between the BC Lions and the Whitecaps. They have a strong relationship with both organizations and keep them in the loop as this is progressing.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and at no time have I ever questioned Pavco's experience on any of this stuff. What I'm questioning, though, is the transparency that British Columbians are expecting when it comes to the cost of the FIFA games, which we still don't know. So the ministry put out in January of 2023 a number of $230 million. Sorry, you can shake, but so the ministry put out a number of $230 million in January of 2023, right? So now we understand that there's been 2 more games that have been added onto that, and I'm assuming the added costs are going to be related to security. Okay, what I'm trying to find out is that when we look at the scope of work that is required at BC Place, whether they're elevator upgrades, right, whether they're washroom upgrades, accessibility upgrades, suite upgrades, the connection between the Park Hotel and BC Place itself. Okay, the minister's telling us we still don't have a project manager, which, okay, I understand, and that maybe that's in the short strokes of getting completed. But here's part of the challenge, right? So we see all the events. So if you go on the BC Place website, the last event you see is December 8th, which is the Taylor Swift concert, which I'm sure a lot of people are excited about. Beyond that, though, so now the ministers, so we've talked about 2024, so when we look at it at 2025, and we look at the fact that I think the first game is going to be on, I believe is it June 13th? June 13th is the first game, and I think July 7th is the final game of 2026 for the 7 games that Vancouver's been allotted, okay? So when you look at the planning process there for some of the anchor tenants, so whether it be the Whitecaps begin their season in March, the Lions begin their season in June. So now I'm talking about 2025 now. Has the ministry, has Pavco communicated to the Lions, to the Whitecaps about their 2025 schedule in that building? And also, is BC Place booking events into beyond the Taylor Swift concert, or will there be a blackout period for BC Place leading up to the June 13th first game?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, they are booking into 2025, and from what I understand, the BC Lions and the Whitecaps are very excited about the upgrades that are happening, and they're looking forward to an upgraded stadium.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, so the first game's on June 13th, right? Whitecaps begin their season, I believe it's March, Lions begin their season sometime around June. Imagine at what time does FIFA take control of the stadium? When is that date scheduled to be? And on that, so for all the items that are listed, and we the only things that we've been able to manage is stuff that we've gotten out of the description for the construction manager, the items I listed before. So at what time does FIFA come in and give a signature and say, okay, you've met the requirements for the upgrade specific to, I'm just talking specifically about BC Place. I'm not talking about security or anything like that. I'm talking specifically about BC Place. And at what point do they take control, if I'm using the right word for that, of the facility itself? And I imagine that control will impact the schedules of those two anchor tenants, being the BC Lions and the Vancouver Whitecaps.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first off, let me say that PAVCO is going to be working with the BC Lions and the Whitecaps around scheduling. They're very experienced. They have great relationships. And so if there needs to be some adjustments, that PAVCO is absolutely able to do that. They're used to making changes in scheduling all the time. So they're excellent at what they do. As far as the Whitecaps go, though, as just a point of interest, the MLS will be adjusting their schedules right across North America around FIFA, because this is going to be like the year for soccer. So everybody's going to be making adjustments as we ramp up. 30 days before the first FIFA game, there will be exclusive use for FIFA in BC Place.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I am not questioning the experience or the ability of PAVCO. That's not really where my line of questioning is going. What I'm questioning is the fact that last January, right, we got a number of $230 million for what the total cost is, we believed, of the FIFA World Cup games coming to Vancouver. I understand that now it's gone from 5 games to 7 games, and that's great. And we understand there's going to be additional security costs with that. So again, when we talk about the impacts that's going to have, and I understand the soccer schedule and everything like that, I imagine though, and going back to my earlier questions, that there has been conversations with the Lions and the Whitecaps and any other agency that's representing performers to come into BC Place, whether it be the boat show for that matter, to say, here's what we have right now and here's what we don't have based on what we're doing, right? So we're only, it's March of 2024 and it's coming in June of, so you go and you say, okay, well, this is now going to be May, I guess May 13th is when they take possession of BC Place for that matter. So you're only talking about, at this point, 27 months between now and then. So we don't have a construction schedule. So we don't know when the work is going to be happening. I've asked twice about permitting from the City of Vancouver. You're talking about putting in new elevators into a 40-year-old concrete building. And so there's no construction schedule for that. We're talking about VIP suites. We're talking about a new hospitality section on the 3rd floor. And there's no time frame for that. So we're 27 months out, and the minister and the premier both committed to at some point giving British Columbians a final cost of what the games are going to be. So here's where I think people are running into a bit of a question in terms of transparency. We know, based on that $230 million number that was put out last January, okay, we know whether there was 5 games or 7 games. All the stuff the minister and I have been talking about for the last hour had to be done anyways, right? So that number probably shouldn't be changing that much. The security cost is one thing, okay? I know from you go to 5 to 7, that's additional dollars. Everybody expects that. But in terms of the actual construction work that needs to go on, whether it's a tunnel, right, from the hotel into, which I imagine that's going to be quite costly. I imagine that at some point, like we hear from every day from people that have leases in Vancouver, whether offices. One office I worked in, it took 6 months to get a permit from the City of Vancouver to take down one wall. So I'm a little bit troubled that it's still at this point, when we're 27 months out, the minister can't even outline the construction process that's going to be needed at a place where we're hosting the World. And then how at some point is she going to put a financial figure on that and say, this is what the taxpayers of British Columbia are on the hook for? That's quite staggering. At this point, we don't even know that information. And I with all due respect to PAVCO, at the end of the day, it's the minister's responsibility to be able to communicate what needs to be done and what doesn't need to be done. So we're renovating the Hall of Fame. It looks great. We're doing some preliminary work on washrooms and concession stands. Okay, but there's a host of work that needs to be done. When we're talking about new elevators, we're talking about accessibility, we're talking about connecting a hotel into the stadium. We're talking about new suites, we're talking about a hospitality wing on the 3rd floor, and the minister can say, we just don't know when it's going to happen. So how are you getting permits for these? Right? How are they going out to tender? I understand that they haven't finalized a project manager yet, but when we're trying to get an estimate of what the costs are going to be, when the minister communicated the number of $230 million, how much of that $230 million was specific to the upgrades required at BC Place.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through to the member. So the 230 million that was announced in January of 2023 was the City of Vancouver costs, and none of that is a PAVCO cost.
Member.
Okay, so the $230 million that people talk about as being the number that we expect to grow. So the minister is saying none of that number does not include anything to do with the upgrades at BC Place. That's all going to be additional costs.
Minister.
Thank you. That's correct.
Member.
Okay, so, all right, so now we don't know. So we've got, like we said, so we've got the new suites coming in. We've got a new hospitality wing coming in. We've got upgrades to washrooms. We've got upgrades to concession stands. We've got elevators going into a 40-year-old concrete building. We're now going to have a connecting tunnel or a walkway going in from the Park Hotel into BC Place. We're going to be upgrading accessibility. And that's not even talking about the fact that we have to do different things, that requirements with FIFA regarding putting in turf, right, to meet those requirements. Does the minister have a ballpark, or does PAVCO have a ballpark of what these costs are going to cost the taxpayers of British Columbia when we're talking specifically about BC Place, owned by the province, and the upgrades that have already actually started by what the minister said about an hour and a half ago, when it comes to the concession and it comes to some of the washrooms. So that work's already started. So I imagine if the work started, if some of those permits have been applied for, that you actually have to associate a cost with those permits, that the ministry, I would think, would have an idea of what the budget is for all of the upgrades required in order to meet what's expected of them by FIFA by the May 13th deadline, when they're going to be taking over BC Place.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So through to the member, PAVCO's overall costs are being updated right now. He's right, the 7 games do change the operational costs. And it's the construction manager's role to refine the capital cost estimates. So we're going to wait for that. And I think I've been on the record many times now stating that we will release the updated numbers as a whole, but we want to make sure that the work is done so that we have a solid number.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to go back to a comment the minister made, either a question back or a couple questions back before. So the minister said on record that the $230 million that the province put out in January of 2023. Now, I had always thought, I think the media had thought, the public had thought, everyone in British Columbia had thought that that $230 million also included the work that was being done or required to be done at BC Place. So I've listed out what's in that project manager, construction manager's request. Again, we're talking about suite upgrades, additional suites. We're talking about a new hospitality suite on the 3rd floor. We're talking about washroom upgrades. We're talking about concession upgrades. Washroom upgrades and the concession upgrades are things the minister said that work is actually, preliminary work has at least started now. The minister has just said that none of that stuff is actually included in the $230 million they put out in January of 2023. Why, when you're putting out the cost of the FIFA games, why would the ministry, why would the premier have exempted the work that's being done required for BC Place specifically for the FIFA games? That, I would assume the public would think that that's a cost associated with the FIFA games. So can the minister please clarify that?
We are going to take a 5-minute recess.
timeline, just so we're talking about the same numbers, through the chair. So June 2022, FIFA confirms Vancouver as a host city for FIFA 26. The cost estimated at 240 to 260 million for city and PavCo. The split about equally between the two. Cost estimated did not include provincial essential service costs and other costs associated with maximizing the social and economic benefit of hosting. January 2023, province announces City of Vancouver to use a new tool to fund FIFA World Cup 2026. The new major event, MRDT in Vancouver at 2.5%, collection began February 2023. The city updates its hosting costs to 230 million. And then there is a quote that came out of our backgrounder from January 2023, and I quote, "It was determined that the city's incremental expenses associated with the FIFA World Cup in 2026 will be approximately $230 million. This includes the planning, staging, and hosting of the Cup, but does not include the BC Place Stadium costs."
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll accept responsibility on this too, because I think a number of British Columbians have thought that when the province came out with a number of $230 million, that it would have included the items that FIFA had requested and this government, this minister, this premier had agreed to at the expense of the taxpayers of British Columbia. The problem is that we have, the taxpayers have, everybody else has, is that there are NDAs in place that we're not seen in other jurisdictions. There is regular updates from either the province of Ontario or the mayor of Toronto in terms of the costs being associated with their games. We are not seeing that level of transparency through this ministry, through this minister, through this premier. And so I think what people are getting surprised at is, what is that number going to be? And I fully accept that I'm not getting that number today. But the minister has very clearly alluded to the fact that we're going to be getting that number shortly. But the minister has also alluded to the fact that the program, the construction manager that needs to be in place and everything like that, that needs to set the construction schedule, which we don't know what's going to happen when. We know that between today and we know between May 13th, when FIFA takes over the BC Place. In between that time, we don't know when any of this is going to happen, but the minister is supposed to come up with a number to say, here is what British Columbians on the hook for. And by the way, the $230 million that I referenced, that doesn't include the new hospitality suites. That doesn't include the new elevators that are required in a 40-year concrete building. That doesn't include the new hospitality wing on the third floor. That doesn't include the washroom upgrades. It doesn't include the concession upgrades. It doesn't include the fact that all the turf needs to be replaced. I actually think there's two, right? It also doesn't include the power plant that we haven't referenced yet, right? That what happens at BC Place, there's been talk that if FIFA has a condition in there, that there has to be a power plant established if there's an incident at BC Place, whether it goes dark or not, to make sure that BC Place has power. I can't imagine any of that's going to be cheap. So, but that's not a surprise to the minister. It's going to come as a surprise to us because we're not under NDA, right? Other jurisdictions that are associated with the 2026 games aren't under NDA either. But we're on the dark on all of this, and it seems like some of the stuff the minister's in the dark as well. But when we're talking about things like this, how is it that we don't have any idea what the costs are going to be? And now when they say the $230 million that was referenced in January includes none of the stuff that I just cited off, which I imagine is in the tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. And I don't know how the minister is going to come up with that number because they don't even have the person or the firm picked that's going to set that schedule. So how is British Columbia supposed to have faith in the number that the premier is going to put forward and say, this is it, it's not going to cost you any more. But by the way, we have no idea when any of this stuff is happening. We don't even know who's doing it. We can't even get an answer from the ministry if these permits have been been put forward, and if it's cost been associated with that put forward, why did this minister choose to put NDAs in place that make this whole process so less transparent for the people that are going to be footing this bill?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through to the member. So the province has no agreement with FIFA, signed no agreement with FIFA. PAVCO and the City of Vancouver have the agreements with FIFA. The province has not required anyone to sign an NDA. So when the member alludes to the fact that we're not being transparent, I'm not being transparent, it's not about transparency. It's about the fact that when numbers get released, we want them to be correct. I've said it, I think the Premier said it, the numbers are coming very soon. We have gotten new information to work with over this last month. That's really critical to having accurate numbers. And so that's what our commitment is to the taxpayers of British Columbia, is to release numbers that we think are sound. Up until this point, we were not able to do that. So that's where I'm going to leave it with this member.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't accept that because the minister is responsible for PAVCO. That is under her ministry. So she can blame PAVCO for the NDAs, but at the end of the day, she is responsible for PAVCO. That's why I'm here in these estimates to talk about PAVCO. Right? And so I think part of the challenge is that when we're talking about transparency, when they're saying, well, we have nothing to do with the NDAs, it wasn't us, it was the city of Vancouver. When the mayor of Vancouver is saying, I'm frustrated because some of the things I want to talk about, I can't, is because I'm under an NDA. Well, he said it. So if it's not true, then you need to take that up with the mayor of Vancouver. But that being said, I think the public is getting frustrated by the moment. And the fact is that this minister now communicates that the numbers that they've released regarding January 2023, that none of that includes the upgrades to BC Place. So very shortly, the minister says they are going to be tabling a new number. So will that number include all the stuff that I've listed off in terms of the upgrades that are required for BC Place? And just again, to the minister says there's no agreement between the province and FIFA. Again, the ministry is responsible for PAVCO. So if PAVCO signs the agreement with FIFA, then the province has signed an agreement with FIFA. Right? If somebody in the ministry signs an agreement with X, then the province has signed an agreement with X. That doesn't compute. So for the minister to say there's no agreement between the province and FIFA, I don't know how that makes any sense when there's obviously an agreement between a building that is owned by the province and FIFA.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the member. So just for the record, I have not required anyone to sign an NDA. PAVCO has not required anyone to sign an NDA, so I don't know where that's coming from. But the question the member asked is, when we release the numbers, which will be soon, will that include the upgrades to BC Place? And the answer is absolutely yes.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't know why that number would be included now and then not included in January of 2023. I'm glad it's included because that adds to transparency. I also struggle to realize how that number can be accurate when they actually do not have a construction schedule in place. The minister can't answer when construction is actually taking place in the 27 months between now and I guess when FIFA takes over. We actually, then the minister says, well, we didn't sign an agreement with FIFA. That's not our place. That was done by other agencies, and don't know who that is. We don't even, it wasn't our requirement to have, nobody is under NDA regarding FIFA coming to BC. So I've apparently come in here with a bunch of misinformation that I didn't know. I did think that people were under NDAs when it came to the 2026 FIFA games. So the minister's saying that's not correct. I actually thought that the province had an agreement in place with FIFA. The ministers told me that that's not correct. I had actually thought that when the province said it's going to cost taxpayers $230 million, and I get that cost got upgraded because of security, that included all the work necessary for BC Place, which would have been in an agreement signed by FIFA in order for us to secure those games. But that wasn't correct. So I need to do a better job of my homework here because there's a lot of information that I don't know about. But so the minister's saying there's no NDAs associated with these games whatsoever. Okay? The minister just said that. The minister can correct the record if, okay? The minister said that there's no NDAs. I've heard different, okay? The minister said through the chair that there's no agreement with FIFA through the province. I don't believe that to be accurate. So I think that there's a lot of unanswered questions here. I think that we'll have time to canvass much more of this, but can the minister please clarify the comments that I just made?
Okay, through the chair. So we're going to have comments and questions go through the chair. Minister.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to repeat into the record for the member exactly what I said. And I don't think the way that he's insinuating is very fair. I've been very honest and transparent with the member through the chair. I have not, nor has a former minister in my position with this ministry, signed an NDA. I've not required people to sign NDAs. PAVCO has not required anyone to sign NDAs. FIFA may have its own requirements around confidentiality, but that's nothing to do with the province. There's no numbers that are being held back due to an NDA. The reason why we haven't released numbers up to this point, updated numbers, is because we wanted to get the numbers right, and we'll be doing that very soon. And I'd also like to just reflect back on this press release that the member is talking about the 230 million. It was very obvious from this press release that that was the city's expenses for the games. There was nothing hidden there. It's right here. So, you know, I think that the member is trying to make it, perhaps look like something's being hidden, which I don't think is a fair approach. Nothing's being hidden. We did not have numbers, updated numbers to release, but we're going to have them soon. A lot of information has fallen into place, but there is no agreements that have been signed that would stop any numbers from being released from our end.
Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll accept that from the minister. I think that part of the challenges we've heard from people that have said that they've had to sign NDAs related to this process, right? We've also, so now that we hear from the minister, that we hear about all the upgrades that need to happen, and yet there's no project manager in place or construction manager in place, yet those numbers are going to be out very soon. How confident is the minister in those numbers in terms of the upgrades that need to be happening at BC Place will reflect the total number that either the minister or the premier are going to be putting forward, I assume in short order?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So maybe I'll start off by just addressing the comments that the member made about the Mayor of Vancouver's comments about an NDA. We believe that the mayor, his remarks may have simply been misunderstood or taken out of context, and that's really unfortunate. But in general. Okay, so that's on the record there. And the member asked me, how confident will I be in the numbers that we release? So let me just say this, that we're working those numbers now, and based on new information that we've received over the last little while, which includes the 7-game total, which is really great news for us here. You know, I feel like I'll be confident in our estimate. I can tell you this, I have great confidence in PAVCO's ability to deliver accurate estimates. I think they've been working really hard at getting those numbers. I think they do a great job, so I'm confident there. But let me also be clear that there's other things that will change the number. We don't know how much the federal contribution is yet. We are hoping to get that. We continue to press for that number. We're hoping to get that sooner than later. FIFA still has to do some site visits. They may have other requirements. The requirements may change. And we are still looking at what FanFest will involve. And so there's still a lot of work to be done on this file before we deliver the greatest games that we've ever seen. But I'd say in the next little while, when we're able to release some updated numbers, we will be confident that those are solid numbers at the time that we're in.
Recognizing the member for Kelowna West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to, in the interest of contracts, transparency, and what the Premier mentioned yesterday in a press conference, he just talked about the full economic reports, the agreements, the budgets, the unexpected expenditures, as well as the accounting costs after the event as well regarding the FIFA games. And in keeping with that commitment, I'm just wondering if the Minister could commit to releasing any of the contractual arrangements between the Taylor Swift concert in 2024 in terms of obligations the government has, or that PAVCO, just to the extent so that we know what is allowable in terms of information that isn't restricted by the third parties that are there.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the member. So maybe just a personal comment. If that contract were to be disclosed, I think would be the last concert we ever had at BC Place. Any agreement relating to Taylor Swift or between PAVCO as a separate legal entity and the artist. And the member will know this, that PAVCO is subject to FOI legislation, which requires a public sector organization not to disclose info that could harm business interest of a third party. So, and I know this through the chair to this member, he is a business person, so I think that would make sense to him.
All right, and I believe, recognize the member from Kelowna West, you'd like to read a few questions into the record before the minister moves the motion report in progress?
Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, okay, thank you. And I did try to read in there that the subject to the restrictions that may be imposed by third parties in terms of that contract. So you've answered it perfectly. I understand. I just want to ask a couple of other questions that on the cruise ship industry. There is a particular issue with the shore power, and they're called JIBs, J-I-B-S is my understanding, and they're more flexible in terms of, anyways, I'd just like to understand if it's possible to find out if that has been addressed. Secondly, there was a shore power investment or promise made here in Victoria, and it has not taken place in the timelines for when that is expected to be up and running. The third thing is that exploration of an expansion for cruise ships outside, like at the South Fraser, for the larger ships that can't get in underneath the Lionsgate Bridge. In our earlier discussion about resiliency, and I only mentioned this was brought up by the general manager of the Kelowna International Airport, that air service recovery is an issue in communications between NAV Canada and the BC Wildfire Service branch, and when they arbitrarily, and that they don't include the airports. And I think that that would be a really important thing because of stranded travelers. The last thing I'll leave you is from a visit to Powell River this summer about trails, which I'm sure you know all about. And if we could see if we could get Tracy Ellis at the Powell River Tourism an information about whether there's any support financially to help repair these trails. And with that, Madam Chair, thank you very much for indulging me. And I just want to be clear, I think the member from Parksville, you had questions and you were just told that it was going to be tomorrow morning, right?
You could have a seat,
Sorry.
member. Yes, I believe that the House leaders have sorted out the remaining questions, which is why the minister today will be moving the motion of progress, and in line with session order, we're set to adjourn at 6:15. So I will ask the minister to please read the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Chair, I move that the committee rise and report progress and ask leave to sit again.
Okay, the question is that the committee rise, report progress, and seek leave to sit again. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion is carried. Thank you, members. This committee stands adjourned. We'll be back here tomorrow.